Welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. Whoa, new icon? What does that mean? Hey, Blackbird. Okay. Announcement. Get started shortly. Hey, Frank Programmer. What's with these new YouTube icons? Interesting. Never seen that before. Alrighty. Thank you, Quantum. I appreciate it. Is it like, are the new icons for like chatter? Like you're the first person to send a message? Is that what it is? Like in the stream? Interesting. Awesome. Lucas, that's cool. Hey, Dragon. Thanks, Metas. Appreciate it. Zoom in. Oh, I'm not actually 5'2". Oh. I'm literally like the average height in America. 5'9", 5'10". Hey, cool. Welcome, everyone. Why, like, what's with the crowns? I need a rundown. Why are some people number 1, number 2, number 3, and some people don't have crowns? What's going on there? Like, what does that, what do those mean? Your XP. Interesting. Okay. Ah. So they gamified YouTube chat. That's funny. Number 1 is the most active. Okay. Oh, is it based off of like previous streams too? Weird. Are more devlogs coming? Yes. There are more. I know this last one's taken a while, but just been, well, I was like sick for a whole week, and then been doing like a lot of things that aren't really visual in any way. I have an estimate on when that architecture video will be out. I've been putting it off, to be completely honest. I like have exactly what I want to do for it, and I started it like, what did I pull it up? I have the whole intro done, and I have like the structure, but I just haven't. I've been so focused on just like coding this. I haven't like been able to. Here we go. Here's what we have so far. Wait, I'll pause that. Roblox projects fall apart as they grow. Not because of bad code, but because of bad structure. This video breaks down how professional developers set up their games with organized folders, modular services, scalable UI, and essential packages. This isn't just for big teams. This is the exact structure that I use, and I'm going to walk you through it step by step. Advanced tooling like VS Code and Rojo aren't required, but if you want to dive deeper into tooling, you should check out my previous tutorial video. And let's break down the structure behind the professional grade Roblox game. That's all I got so far. So I got some work to do. Ship it. Can you show how you make your icons for a game and a video in the future? I'll say Amy. Talk like AI. It's just YouTube voice. Yeah, so I completely switched from Rodux. I'm now using Charm and like the whole atom structure, and I like it so much more. A lot of people were recommending I switch from Rodux. I wasn't really... I really disliked a lot of things that Rodux had to offer, and then I actually originally switched to Reflex, and then I pretty much switched all my Rodux to Reflex, and I was like, wait a minute. I actually really hate this still. So then I switched to Charm, and I really like it. And it's all, those are just like the state managers, basically. What that means. How long did it take you to switch all this stuff? I spent like a lot of yesterday doing it. Probably like 4 hours. It took longer because I switched like twice. Like I switched to Reflex and then I switched to Charm. Okay. So I don't know anything about Mac, to be honest. Hey, Illusions. So what we have now, we're still gonna be doing the tutorial stuff. For people that watched last stream. I was trying to figure out a way, this is like what we did at the very end of last stream, was to figure out a way to parent things to React elements in an easy way. And I did it. So now I'm able to just parent things to instances through React by simply just giving things a tag, essentially. And this is done through this registry, essentially. Each thing can have just like an ID. If I go to the bottom bar, you'll see that things just have IDs, and then they're tracked. So then based off this ID, I can do whatever I want with it. It is not, so it's not actually a wrapper. I'm wrapping, so if you see down here, I'm wrapping this. So I'm not wrapping create element, I'm wrapping the actual element itself, but not the command to create element. And I think this is actually a little bit of a cleaner solution. And you can, if it's like something that's used a lot, like track nav button, I just said local track nav button, and then I wrap it in there. And it's just, I think it's like a pretty reasonable solution. And then inside of this track element thing, it basically adds it to the registry, looks like tutorial, visibility, yada yada yada. Also, what do you use for your script window? It looks way different. I use VS Code. I have a whole video on it. Been stripping for 2 years and your code is hard to stand. Yeah, if you're not familiar with React or state management systems, then this will look pretty weird. How do you make a GUI to a 3D part? Yeah, I mentioned this last stream, maybe briefly, but these are actual parts. These things here. These aren't viewport frames. They are literal parts. You can see here, like I can move them. They're things that are in the workspace essentially. I can like different ones. There's actual buttons here that are UI elements, but yeah, these are literal models in the viewport, or not in the viewport, in the workspace, that are then just doing. They're essentially setting their C-frames at an offset of the camera C-frame, and it just listens to the C-frames, the camera C-frame changed, and then offsets this model to like a specific spot. So when I change my camera, you'll see it kind of snaps into place, like so. And then it just looks a lot nicer. It does react to light, which you need to be careful with. Maybe adding your own lights and stuff like that. But you can see, like, I can literally jump through this model by, like, changing where my camera is. But hey, Star. We're gonna be doing. We're hopefully gonna be finishing all the tutorial today. Bubblegum Simulator uses that for eye catching. Yeah. I have seen it a few other places before. I mean, vector 3 to UVM2. Oh, like a vector 3 world position? It's pretty easy. There's a camera, viewport, or world space to viewport or something like that. And you just pass in a vector 3. Hey, Craftcot. How you doing, dude? I also I switched to Charm with your recommendation, and I really like it. Very much so. You should make it so the clear came with the camera in that spot. Yeah, I might do something like small like that. Like make sure they're zoomed out just a little bit in the tutorial. Yeah, so let's get started with the Nico. Hey, Blue Slime. I'm doing good. How are you? Where to download React and learn it, I guess. There is documentation. Just look up React Lua, and there's a big documentation page. It follows the same structure, like almost exactly, to just regular React, which is in JavaScript. But this just ports it to Lua. That was a huge reason why I wanted to learn React, is because it's transferable skill. An exit strategy for this game? Do you plan on holding it indefinitely? I mean, probably just holding it indefinitely. Typically, when selling games, they offer just garbage rates. Almost never worth it, unless you just want to dump the game and be done with it, or like you're really strapped for cash. But their offers are always terrible. Game's fire, thanks, Leo. He's not. Yeah, I wouldn't. Where to download React though? Just do through Wally, if you're familiar with that. But also on the GitHub, there is just an RBXM that you can drag and drop. With the data service, how do you get data in a different server-side script without it calling profile services? You don't need a. You only call that init once. It's really easy. You just, like, let me go to build service server. So I define data service server right here, and then you can just use it. Data service get player this service. I have a set data service set the player. The only difference between the client-sided and server-sided data service is you have to pass in the player on the server, and obviously this server-sided one actually saves and replicates well. Yeah, but only call that init once, like the startup script. If I have a button in like a screen GUI, then how do I get its position in UDIM2? You could use absolute position, or you could just button dot position. I'm not sure I understand. I want like a UI thing to go to it. I'm not sure I follow Illusions. I have just 3 hidden buttons here. Like there are 3 buttons that are, you're not actually clicking these. Like I can click right here. Like I could have made it where you click these, and actually I originally was doing that, but then I was like, let's just make them buttons. If that makes sense. You have experience with UI, your icons for the game regardless here. Yeah, I do all the UI for the game. And I get by, I think. I usually spend a lot of time, like, iterating UI and redoing stuff until I like it, which maybe isn't the best use of time, but it really depends, Ali. Really, really depends. Typically, you wouldn't want, like, I think an absolute cap would be like 1K lines, but I would say my average would probably be like 200 to 300, or maybe like 150 to 250. There's a lot of these that are fairly short, I guess. Do you ever let the client set data and data service to where it actually saves? Yes. In very specific scenarios. For example, the settings. Like I think we were talking about this. Like I think it was you. We were like, if in a player, they turn off their music, you obviously want that to save, and you want the client to have full control over their own settings. So what you do is you just like use a networker or a remote event, whatever, and communicate with the server. Like I set this setting to this value, and obviously you need to like don't give them full control. Like they're only able to modify the settings table, if that makes sense, and only able to send like set a Boolean value as well. Are all the models in your UI in the world space? They are under, if I go and look in, I actually just have them parented to the camera, which doesn't move them automatically, to be clear, but they are technically in workspace. I just put them in camera because I think that made the most sense. And this doesn't very, I still need to fix that, but. Yeah, syntax. That's the next tutorial video I plan on making. This is kind of the whole structure guide. Daily. What do you mean, Star? I can't tell if you're trolling or not, Blue Slime. What do you mean, Star? I can't tell if you're trolling or not, Blue Slime. Okay. So let's make the let's make it so that when you're in the tutorial state of is tutorial done not? No, but I think we're gonna do that this stream. Finish out the tutorial. So when we're in this state, this is like the last step that we have. I want to make sure that you can't enter build. Because right now if you go in here, it'll still let you build. I know, I get this right. It's fine. And to do that, I have actions. So in my build slice, I want to make it so that start building listens to, I want to make sure it listens to the tutorial state. But what's really important is we don't want these slices to be communicating with each other. Like I don't want to, rely on tutorial slice inside of build slice. That's kind of a very big issue because it could lead to cyclical dependencies. So what we do is we create a build thunks like this, and through here we're able to create our build, and then we would return like this. And then instead of us doing the logic inside of the actions inside of build slice, we would then be doing them inside of the thunk essentially. So I'm going to take this out like here, and I'm going to move this in here, and it's at me. Say, what does any of this mean? So we'll get build slice. We need arm.batch build slice state building. Okay, and then before we do this, we're just gonna check to see if the tutorial slice is blocking the building. So we just need to check like if we can build. Okay. Using charm now? Yes. Yeah, I mentioned that. I don't know if you heard it before, but I said I read your comment and I was trying out reflex and charm, and I ended up switching everything to charm, and I think it's way better. I really was not happy with Rodux. I find and I literally went through all of the pain of changing everything to reflex because it felt very similar to Rodux, but kind of like the succeeder of Rodux. And then I went through all the pain, switched everything to reflex, and I was like, wait a minute, I actually still hate reflex because it's kind of trying to whip out paint. It follows the same structure of Rodux, where charm is it's atomic. It is the keyword, which means it's so much easier to get individual state and not rely on the global state. But that also comes with like a lot of downsides, or not a lot, but it's kind of a give and take. So with Rodux / reflex, all of this, every time you manage state, it has to go through essentially like a tube, okay? Anytime you want to do something, we go through this tube and we manage the state. And then we get to read the state here. We can never set the state like this. Like we're in some code and setting state here. That's not allowed. We would have to go through the tube. The tube would then do some action and modify the state there. Okay? this is really beneficial because since everything is going through the tube, for lack of a better word, we can install some middleware here. We can say do some check and ignore this under some conditions, or potentially even time travel, which sounds more complicated than it is, but it's just rewinding the state. Also, each time the state changes, it's essentially a new table, which has a small performance cost, but we can essentially rewind through the state, which is really cool, but it also has these really, really annoying, everything has to be done through this tube. And any updates to the state will send an update to the entire global state. So you can't specifically, or can't easily listen to just one part of the global table. Okay? And then conversely, with charm and just any atomic state management, it's essentially we have state here, and we have the things that use the state, and they can freely communicate between each other. It's a very different approach. And the big, I think, asterisk is you don't really want your UI to be directly changing state most of the time. So I kind of combined the approaches a little bit, where I still have these actions, and through the actions, these are pure functions, meaning there are no side effects. You know, the increment fuse counter is doing this, and this like line here, I technically could grab the state and modify it within the UI, but I'm making a conscious decision to never do that and only be modifying the states through actions. That way it's just a lot easier to have non-side effects. And that's why I went with charm, because this whole tube structure I really hated. Oh, also with charm, you're only listening to that specific state instead of listening to the store, the global store, which means less updates, less unrelated updates. Hi. Oh, we got raided. Oh wait, no we didn't. What? Everyone just said hi at the exact same time. What? Okay. Yeah, so that's why we went with charm. Long story short. So we need to check if we can build, and that's why we did these thunks here. So instead of directly calling the action within build slice, we'll now call it in build thunks, essentially. So we will check if we can build, which simply just saying if tutorial slice dot what do we want? I don't want to base it strictly off step. Well, I guess we can. We can just say what would be the best way to do this? Hey, Sect. Hide that Gorillas. Ever thought about creating games outside of Roblox? I'm happy on Roblox. I know the ecosystem and the platform and the language and very well. I think Roblox does a good job. Wait. Constant hate. I want to disable building in a intuitive way. I used to play it a lot years and years and years ago, Potato. You know how to get invited to RDC? Be influential on the platform. Have popular games. Or be a top UGC creator or top video creator. For God's sake. What's your issues now? How come you're on VS Code, not Studios? I have a whole video covering the topic. If you want to learn more. Just trying to think about the best way to do this. Like, do we want to block the actual building state? Or do we want to... Yeah, probably block the actual... Well, or do we want to block the start building action? How do you connect GUIs to services like the build button to start build? The network? No. Typically, what you want is everything to be managed through states. So we have some state. Well, let's say we have we have UI right here. We have the state right here, and we have our services over here. Okay. Fuck off, but you get the idea. Here's our state right here. Here's our UI. Here. Service. UI communicates with state. Whatever. Get the idea. State then communicates with services. UI is never directly skipping over state and communicating with services. 99% of the time. There are like some scenarios where it's like really cumbersome, so it's just like easier to communicate directly with services, but almost always we are doing it this way. The state is like the wall in between, the middleman between UI and like core game logic. Yeah, Earth, exactly. Exactly. Like for example, I'll show you in my build service where subscribing to this state and then doing something on state change. This is just using charm, but it could be various different ways. Like even with my data service, like we're subscribing to this and doing something when that happens. Data service technically is another like state management in a way, just has a different like goal or a totally different use case. That's all about persistent data. Hey Meadow. So I want to disable certain um hi X. Welcome back, Cole. Played us earlier, but I have to test this project. Soon. We're getting there. I know I say that every stream, but we're getting there. You're mistaken, Earth. When the server changes data, it will replicate automatically and then the change signals as well. Or at least it should be. What's up, Kenny? Is Charm well established, or are you worried it will become unsupported at some point? Charm is newer, but so is the atomic state management, like architecture in general. It's gaining popularity, and a lot of people like Charm. And in its current state, it's really lightweight, and it does everything I need. It doesn't, like, at least how I've been using it so far, it doesn't need to be supported any more than it already is. Can't really see needing much more. Best packages, Signal. Shut up, Kenny. No, it's iced coffee. Yeah, signals your Lua makes it inherently faster and better, less prone to. It's just so much easier to work with than instances. Instances suck. Then instead of just calling the action start building, we call the thunk. Thunks. Plus you can't pass them out of table. Oh, you actually might be right. I know you can't through remote events. So, but that would mean that they serialize bindables. That would be weird. But Roblox is weird, so it wouldn't surprise me, I suppose. The best way to find investors. Find the best way is for good enough that they come to you. I've never really like looked for investors. Okay, another thing is building needs to be disabled right now. You need to disable building throughout all of this. Yeah, but now I can't build. Was the only step that had that. Yeah, bro, you should try because I'm curious now. That would be really weird if you can't, because that means that they're serializing it probably with JSON. But why are they doing that? The dang tutorial, yeah, dude. I think tutorials are the most unexpected time sink. What chair? I have the secret lab, the Titan. Is that what it is? I don't know. Secret lab, whatever. Hey, Decino. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Squiddings. And let's disable building and like except the ones that actually did. I've been paying attention when recording. We're still working on the tutorial right now. We're disabling building during certain steps. So now we shouldn't be able. Back up. Yeah, and since that tutorial step is based on the building state, you can walk into a building zone rather than having to click the button. Another thing, we need to make sure we can't remove parts during the tutorial, because that's bad. Yeah, maybe let's make it so that we disable removing parts during tutorial. And that we can just do it purely tutorial based rather than. It doesn't pass the meta table. Ow. That's awful. Yeah, because that means that they're literally going through the effort of serializing everything. I wonder if they just copied like remote events and bindable events are just like the same base object that's being inherited through both of them, and that's why they kind of took a shortcut. Movie meds. If you wait, now I'm even more curious. If you try and pass an array with a skipped indice, does it just ignore the rest of the array, like remote events do? To connect client and server, you use networkers or any networking solution. Some state management you have like state sync through client/server, but I think that's a little weird, and you should probably I don't think my state management should be my networking tool as well. Okay. I want to disable building. I just want to disable it and global table. Don't use either of them. Yeah, I need like an FAQ section. Hey, Rashim. I think it's in the bot builder. Offensive joke. So weird. Oh, like as the key. Yeah, Earth. Yeah, I haven't used that like implementation in a long time, but let's hear it. It wasn't even a joke. Like, explained the word. That's awesome. Oh. I'm saying it. Good to hear. Okay, we need to disable movement if 8. Do we immediately... I need to remember. Oh, we do. Okay. I don't necessarily want to grab the tutorial state inside of this. I'd rather just pass a state. Or like just some bool value, like that. And then we'll do that. Self. Okay. And then inside of builder, use the one by I'm blanking on it. Here, js.lua. Get these two, React and React Roblox. You need both. Guys know. Bad if I use configurations with attributes to replicate to client. I mean, not the worst. I think that's a pretty friendly approach. Like before attributes, it was, you had to use int values and stuff like that, the actual instances, to kind of do the same thing. It's not the worst thing. Why don't I use server dependencies? Because none of these are server dependent. Like, only. Because even data service has a client version. They're all shared. take on G2 sucking him. They like almost lose to like third world country. Or any even server dependent. Like profile service are, but that's the only one I've ever actually used out of server dependent. So you're developing right now? We are working on tutorial diff. I have my own networking system. It's on my GitHub. It's called Networker. And then I want to subscribe to Okay. Working on tutorial stuff today. Hopefully can finish it all up, but tutorial's kind of a huge task that a lot of people overlook. What is Charm? Charm is what I'm using for state management. I was using Rodux before, but I've switched to Charm. But is using attribute better than using replicate? Just using remote events. Why Charm over Rodux? I was maybe look back in the stream like maybe look back like 25-30 minutes. I kind of actually went a bit in depth in the tube. Yes, exactly. Hopefully, yeah, we can't drag parts anymore. The tube. Just look back for when I was in MS Paint and talking over Rodux, Reflex, and Charm. That'll tell you all you need. Okay, so now we can't unequip stuff. Yes, everything is React. All the UI is React based. Okay, so now we can't move stuff when we're in the tutorial. Build when we're supposed to build. Okay. So we do need to define a couple of things. So, for instance, if we select a certain bot, we want, like, we need the bots to always be viable. Like, for instance, if I select this bot with the drill, like, doesn't even make it out. We need to dynamically change where things are, where, like, the weapon slot is, depending on what body you choose, what weapon you. So probably the best way to do this would be tutorial service, I don't know, modules, game, tutorial info. But this is the actual bot, right? Okay. So we basically just need to be like, if we chose the bot 1 and we chose Canon, then we set positions accordingly. In modules, you just store config type files. Typically, yeah, they're typically mostly like just data. But there's also some like functions, like utility functions that don't rely on any specific game mechanic. For instance, this could be copy and pasted in any game. I guess not any game, never mind. Yeah, I guess this technically shouldn't. This should be more non-reliant because I'm using this. But typically it's just like pure data. You know, like this abbreviate function would be a good example. It's not reliant on anything specific. Don't use Roact, use React. React is the newer version of React. Okay, so this is kind of what I'm thinking of. And then could maybe organize this a little bit better, but this is fine. Using void and putting a lot of source values in module for state. This term offer benefits for managing state compared to source and other UI libraries built into it. I personally don't have any experience with void, so I don't have a good answer for that. But I know that people do use charm with void. My thoughts on it are that you shouldn't use it. Does Rivals use React? I wouldn't be surprised if they are. Any top games or just professional grade games do. Not necessarily top. I don't think Rover didn't use it with you guys. Yeah, Destino, that's actually what it's based off of, if I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, inspired by that guy. Whatever. Batai. It's not that guy, that state manager. Yeah, I like Charm just because of how it's so easy to understand. It's like, it's so lightweight. You know what I mean? Like, you have a value, and then you do some things with the value. Hey, Lexi. Hey, Martin. You went from coding tutorial to coding lesson. Yeah, I find myself complaining a lot of on stream. That's alright. Is there anything wrong in Luau that you react for? What? What do you mean? Why don't you use Luau to make UI? I am using. Oh no, stop. Luau is the language. Like, everything you see here is in Luau. You recommend scripting UIs in Starter GUI or player scripts? There. I think player scripts sucks. You'd only be used to start up. I have all of my UI code in Replicate. Everything here. So just a UI folder. Why do you think player script sucks? Because each player gets their own version of the same thing. And if you try and, let's say, grab a UI script that's under starter player. So we see in the starter player scripts, we have client, whatever, all these default ones that are just created. Client is the only one that I have under here. Then also under player, we have the same stuff because they're the starter player scripts, okay? So we have two versions of the same thing. And it's possible to accidentally load something under starter player scripts when you meant to be loading it under the player. And what if the player script hasn't been loaded in yet, etc. When replicate storage, you just know this is exactly where it is, and you don't need to worry about things being loaded or not. Yeah, I'm the gray guy. These are actual models that are in the workspace that is just being offset to the camera, and there's some scenarios where you can do some funky stuff that I'll eventually get around to fixing. But yeah, technically, they're models that are following the camera. Yeah, it is essentially just a fancy viewport, but I wanted it to be, there was like a certain few things that I liked doing it this way for this very specific reason, rather than viewport frames. Mainly the quality, because it's the very first thing that people see, along with use of highlights and, I guess those are only two. Yeah, like egg opening, crate opening stuff. I've seen other games do something similar. Yes, js.lua/react. Where do you load that UI script? Just in the one client script that we have. If I open it up, I just run, require the UI, just run it. That's funny, bro. Has your UI scale so nicely? I actually use pixels like offset for my UI, and then I use the UI scale instances. So it still is being scaled, but I'm able to use the like pixels because then it's a lot easier to actually set things up. Correct, and go with like your first statement there. React creates everything through code. So, like when I am click play here, and we look in my player GUI, like 3 there. Okay, it's creating things. See, now there's more because I'm in building. When I exit building, it removes those things. React is creating everything. However, it being easier, maybe at first, but there are lots of reasons to declaratively create your UI, or just create your UI with code that I'm not gonna get into because basically it's just I'm not gonna get it. I'm listening to the camera.cframe or camera get property change signal cframe. Okay, so we have our weapon nodes. We want to change the position of the nodes depending on what weapon they choose or which body. Or yeah, it's just slightly more efficient. The heartbeat loop would work too. Like it would be fine, but listening to C-frame I think is more correct. But it works. Then in tutorial service server with signal, no, you can actually just it's a default Roblox thing. It's get property change signal. You can do it on any oh, not startup. You can do it on any instance that has property. Just call get property change signal and then listen to it. Okay. And we also need to get the local weapon node offset. Take your sendo. Hey, doctor. I'm doing good. How are you? Oh, we need to get the current body as well. We need to get the whatever's currently equipped. Bot. Build service server. Get bot. Yeah. There. Dot body. Body. Body dot. Lots of exploiters in tower defense, right? No. The worst exploit was people teleporting to pick up the item that's on Roblox. I refuse to make an anti-teleport. I don't care enough. Yeah. No, not really some dude. Oh, we do need actually okay. ID. And we set your tower. Oh, how bad you. I mean, I've had popular games before that. I get lots of DMs. I don't I'm of the opinion that there's no luck viral game. How many visits do you... I have no idea. For 100 million? Hopefully. We wonder if this will replicate. You'll learn in time, Josh. Would you say this is the most confusing thing about this project? Probably the the physics engine. It's gotta be. I'm not entirely the node map? What do you mean? Node map. Are we talking about the like upgrade tree? That was actually fun to make. I really enjoyed making that. I did most of that on stream, I think. But it was on Twitch, so the VODs are probably dead. Yeah, I genuinely don't know. This will work. Yeah, I would do some Tower Defense RNG streams on Twitch. Every once in a while. So that's interesting. Okay. So it did move them, but it didn't. It's not checking to see if it actually the links are dead. Yeah, Twitch removes stuff after like 60 days, I think, or something like that. Twitch kind of sucks, I'm gonna be honest. How did I do the text label class? Yeah, it's weighted. Along with some other cool stuff. So this did set, but the client isn't listening to check if your nodes change, because under every normal circumstance, your nodes would never be changing. I mean, I could just kind of like... Actually, I'm going to do this. I'm just going to deep copy it. Say local new body equals sift dictionary copy deep body. Body nodes weapon. One node off. And then I'll say set this. There's like no tutorials in how to use React, only React. They're fairly similar. I think using ChatGPT would be your friend when it comes to that kind of stuff. What are those packages? That JSON package look? That's for my tool that I created that like auto maps my source. It's like for essentially it's for the npm package manager. No, don't buy courses. It's such a scam. Use fragment with React and yeah. Are you talking about like React.fragment? That's yeah. I use the fragment word quite a bit. Or not quite a bit, but amount. Build HUD. Here. Like all of these aren't technically parented to any specific frame. They're all just like their own part of the HUD. Yeah, exactly. How big of an increase, folks? Over how long of a period? Maybe I'll just do this and then essentially just listen to. I don't know if I'm checking to see if there are. If the body is having. So, how are these saying that they're equal? Because this should not be true. If I'm changing the. If I'm changing something about it, how are they equal? Hey, Steven. Welcome back. We're still doing tutorial stuff. It's interesting because it knows that this is changed, but the actual node itself doesn't move until I... Like, look, I'm gonna put it here, but then it's gonna... Okay, that one happened to be in, like, the exact same spot, but Believe should React be in server dependent? No. React will only be used on client. Okay, it's like in the middle. I move it. Yeah, it moves. Like it's moving to the correct spot. But it's not updating the actual node's position, which is really bizarre. Dude, I don't know. Duran. The way I am, I guess. Like, are we reconstructing? I guess that's a good print construct. Okay, we call construct. And when I click this, I want it to also print construct. It's not. Okay. Oh, maybe it's just not getting the change signal. That's probably what's happening. So in my build service client, get change signal bots. Why is this not sending a change? I mean, we could force it to. Maybe we should take the easy route. Oh, because we're only updating the part. We're not listening to the actual bot. Yeah, okay. So we need to say, this is like a little hacky, but it's totally fine in this scenario. This is something that'll only ever happen once. So say player, bots. Actually, let's just do bot index. We're just gonna set bot index to 2, and then set it to 1. We'll pause it to update. It's like, I know that probably looks a little weird, but we could also just tell it to change, but this is totally fine. Go for school for coding or something like that. Yeah, I have a bachelor's degree in computer and electrical engineering. Okay. What am I making? I want the nodes to react to what item I choose and body, so that they're always in a good spot in the tutorial. Okay, good. So now we get the construct. And now the nodes actually change. Beautiful. Do you take data structures and algorithms? Yes. Okay, cool. So that works. Amazing. Write it down here. Hacky way to push a builder on. Was it bad for you? No. Data structure is my favorite class in all of college. Okay, fine with that. No doctor. I mean, this is actually a good test. Never done this. This, I don't know, highlight that. That my character. I've never done this inside of. Everything still works. Actually a good test. Now what happens if I reset my character right now? I have no idea. everything still works. Oh. Yeah, I see why that happened. Why is your client script that issues? Because I don't want it in replicate. This isn't like something that should be in replicate first. Typically, the only things that are actually in replicate first for me are loading screens, reloading assets. The best way to pinpoint a memory leak. Roblox actually has a really good tool now that I've actually only used once. If you go F9, log, Lua heap, create snapshot, and then wait however long, I don't know, do things, and then create a new snapshot, then click compare, you can see where you did some memory. And this doesn't necessarily mean you have a leak, but you can see where memory is coming from and if it's consistently going up in those things. You can create multiple snapshots and compare to each other, and learn that way. Yeah, and just because you see a red number doesn't necessarily mean it could have just not been using that thing in the previous shot. Change nodes with weapon. Okay, did we like where these nodes were? No. Okay, that needs to go up a bit and out a bit. Let's just start with real zip. I don't really know why. The one that's obvious. But maybe even up a tiny bit more. 0.25. Oh. Out even. Yeah, Earth. Okay, cool. Then probably want to move. Okay. Let's see what power. So we're gonna go power. Pretty good. Maybe slightly down. Slightly down. Yeah, these positions are strictly for the tutorial. This is just a guarantee no matter what you choose, like viable. For the wave drill. That needs to go out like 1 point. Oh, just a hair more. Yeah, refinement is everything, all code, all UI, all builds, all game design, all everything. Or it'll only be once you join. If you don't select a bot, will it make you do it again? If you don't progress in the tutorial, then yeah, I think. Just, you know, that's using a plugin called Horsecat and Stories. If I do this here, I now have this on my screen. It's updating in real time. So, and then I can click things. I'm in edit mode. Now if I click confirm right now, we're gonna get an error, I think. Because we're trying to connect to the server, but the server doesn't exist in edit mode. How does that work when they're models? So storybooks can be used to run literally any code. Like they're almost always used for UI, but technically you can set it up to just run any piece of code. Like that's really all they're doing is just running some code and then deconstructing the code. Yeah, exactly. They just run that module, the story. Okay, Zippy, yeah, let's see. Canon, I probably want to be back. Have you used UI Labs? No, but I've been recommended it like a bajillion times. I just haven't checked it out at all. And I guess I don't really feel the need to. Pretty happy with Horsecat. It does everything I need it to. Like, all we're doing is running one module, you know what I mean? Is input action service over the current input person? I don't know. I haven't actually messed around with it at all. Hi, Jason. That looks good. pretty good. Maybe bring it down just a little bit. Good. Or no, cannon, wait. Perfect. Just Thanks, Coca. Read it. Okay, that's a good spot for that. Last one. Brave. Put there too. Cool. Okay. So now the body or the weapon nodes will dynamically change depending on which weapon you select during the tutorial, so that's guaranteed to be useful. It's like a really small thing that no one would ever notice, but it's actually really important. So now we can kind of figure out what the next step is in the tutorial. So one thing I really like about, I was looking through tutorials the other day, and I really liked in, I think it was Pet Simulator? They have this thing up top where it doesn't necessarily feel like a tutorial. Like, earn 180 coins. Like, I kind of want to do something similar where it's like, win a battle. Win 3 battles. Maybe not like immediately, but they're almost like quests. Like, hatch 2 eggs. Stuff like that. Where it's like, yeah, they're like quests, but it technically is like wrapped inside the tutorial. So it doesn't feel like the game is forcing you to do it, like something, because players typically don't like that. So I kind of want to follow that same approach. Carlos dialogue, that was best. Carlos is gonna be the what's it called? The antagonist. Guy. Ah. Final boss. So something cool, build, done, and then I think up at the top it should say like win a battle or something like that. I mean, Yeah, I think that's fun. Well, I don't know if I want to do it for the very first one or not. So many options. Yeah, Earth, I will. Oh, yeah, it's doing 1. Forgot. I set it to that. So if it says win a battle or whatever, where would it show that in the... Yeah, I think so too, Earth. My only issue is when you click battle, where like there's nowhere on the screen for a quest to be. You know what I mean? Unless we just don't show the rewards, but that sucks. Yeah, maybe could just hide it. I guess I can do that. Also, I still need to figure out what I'm doing down here with the buttons. Because obviously Clash shouldn't be here. And like the whole cancel / skip. I need to think what that looks like. I mean, I guess during the tutorial, none of these. Yeah, it's using UI list layout. Yeah, none of these should be. Well, like I like it too, but there's the Clash shouldn't be here. You know what I mean? So during tutorial, let's just like think through it. During the tutorial, first off, this shouldn't be here. Second off, there should be text here that says tap to fight. Like you have to click or tap the screen to start the fight. I still have just never added that, but maybe that should be actually like one of the first things I do right now. So let's make a list actually. So when we click battle, tap battle, with arrow during the tutorial, the arrow will be pointing at tap to battle. Okay. Then hide at bottom, sight bar. Battle happens. Yeah, I'm writing down. Oh, I guess we want the quest before tap to battle. Quest. Battle. After we win a battle, what should happen? We tap through the rewards, and then I want you to open up a crate. Like your streak crate, you should open it up. Get like a gadget or something, and then use. Okay. So win fight, battle, open, rate, build, mode, equip gadget. And we equip the gadget. Then we fight again. Win the fight. After winning the fight, we level up. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. We also need to make sure that the bot you fight against during the tutorial is a specific bot. Okay, so I'm gonna make the tap to battle like frame first because I think that's the easy. Also, I've been meaning to do this. I'm in a branch right that's called the Flex branch. Thanks. All of this to get rid of the Rodux, but now we're back on main. So inside there'll be battle HUD, opponent. It's actually just a large image, Con. It's just a an image on battle scene. It's literally just an image. Kind of funny, but it works out. I was originally gonna do skyboxes, but changing the skybox just it changed the lighting so much, so I just went with an image. The anchor parts for the was yeah, because it's using my physics, so I kind of have to anchor everything. Otherwise, the parts would kind of like fly away because it's not using wouldn't be using my physics then. File up to Start. This will just return React element X. And this will be a tracked element. Wait, yeah. Wait. Track this? I don't think we did. Well, rip. Track element, text label, ID. And then text is start size. I guess we probably want this in auto scaled frame. Want this. Okay. That's good. This will be oh, I guess we want the size, local size, string, initial YouTube ad channel. Dude, I don't know. I was wondering the same thing. I was so confused. Let's just keep it simple and do 0.8. One damping. So we'll oscillate, and we'll say size set goal 1. Correct. So I don't actually. What made you choose the profile picture using it at the minute? I just took a random screenshot from it because I didn't have a profile pic. I don't think it matters, so. And then I'll say local. Actually. Size dot finding map function. This. And then I'll say return function if React charm battling React charm Atom battle slice dot state dot battling if battling then if you're not battling, don't return anything. If you are battling, return have to start. There's a React and a React Roblox module, but in my React, the React Roblox is standalone. You have to also download the React Roblox. Like in my Wally Toml, they're two separate things, and you need to download both of them. I know it's a little confusing, but it actually makes sense in the grand scheme of things, because React is basically unaware of Roblox, which is a good thing. It means it can be used on non-Roblox projects, and essentially React Roblox is like how we're mounting the React Roblox instance. I didn't intentionally add XP. I think this was just a YouTube update. Yeah, no problem. We have text. Stroke. No idea how to use it. Yeah, facts. Bob, the main thing is that you get to pay out people without any tax using groups. Yeah, that could be fun, Snow. Collab with another YouTuber. I feel like I like doing YouTube for like the educational content. And I feel like there aren't that many other educational Roblox developers at the same caliber. If any. Toy box car? What would that look like? Yeah, there are a lot of like entry level tutorials, but that's not really what my goal is with YouTube. I want to like bridge the gap between advanced workflows and like people that have experience on Roblox but want to take it a step further. Discord dedicated to your YouTube community? No, I just have my my studio's Discord server. Maybe we could make a channel in there that's like just YouTube focused though. That could be a good idea. A literal cardboard box with toys. I don't know if I can imagine it. I don't think I'm understanding. Ugh. Your collab should be a boxing match with Derp. Yeah, I made all the models. Well, actually, uh, some of these like props and stuff like this, I bought a pack. Oh, I see, Star. I think that's pretty a pretty common problem, Co. Or like work. Poorly. Oh, next number with free. What? That goal. Have to start battle 22. Oh, dummy. We should get on stream, off stream. Off stream, I get a lot more done. But on stream, more fun. Oh. Oh. Okay, we're gonna have to do this different. As a child of this. Work? Contextual? Yes, star. Okay. Okay, we almost need to wrap this in a frame itself. Take out. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Much as I like a little hacky, but dude, doesn't matter. Hell yeah. Good start. I really like Figma. That's awesome. Yeah. Can I just modify the text table to accept scan? I'd way rather just do that. Banned you, rip. Lies, what's up, bro? We're getting there. We're getting there. How you been? Now instead of still stop. Yeah, I'm doing good. Yeah, I'll be at RDC. It's a good time. I'm excited. Um, XP thing? It's like a new YouTube thing. I don't know. All planning and no release. I think this... Now text labels can just take scale. And we can pass a binding to the scale, and we can use by scale. Hey Valentino. Yeah, it's going good. Eli's been working on anything new? What have you even been up to? That works. Did people lie to me? Someone said you could put UI scales and you could make text go. Oh, you have to put the scale probably inside the text label, huh? Bruh. Why, Roblox? Why? Just scale the size of the text label past 100. God forbid you do that. Like, do I really need to put the scale? Bleh. Okay. Like, it would have to be a... rich text. That's right. That does work, doesn't it? I think you're right. Yeah, there we go. How long am I gonna be streaming for? Probably, this will probably be like a 7-hour stream. 7 or 8. Hey Robo. What is the problem? We fixed it. Yeah, you can go over 100 with rich text. I did, to be fair, I didn't know that either. Someone in chat told me that. And in one of my previous videos, someone said that too, and I had no idea. I'm seeing this post on Twitter. Yeah, I've been posting it on Twitter. Also, welcome, Lose World. Okay, so now we can actually scale this properly. Oh, we probably don't want this to be shown now. Boom, damn, just got one shot. We also don't want to render this if the battle has started. Battle slice date has started. So let's do that as well. So what we can do is do shown, and then we can pass a function to this, which I love. Essentially as a selector, and you can like combine two things. So combine, so you're battling and not battle slice dot state has started. So if we're battling and it hasn't started, then it's shown. What's React Charm? So React Charm is what Charm is what I'm using instead of Rodux. So I know we were talking about that a lot last stream, or not a lot, but it was mentioned. like Rodux kind of sucks, and I eventually I like it a lot more. I switched from Rodux to Reflex because that's like the, I guess, upgraded version of Rodux, but then I realized that I just hate Reflex as well. I just hate the pattern that Rodux and Reflex use, like the whole global state, everything is a part of one thing, and everything has to go through specific, dispatch and actions and types and whatever. So then I just used Charm instead, which I've been recommended a couple times, and I really, really like it. It's so much, it makes so much more sense to me. It's a bit more, like, it's not as structured. You need to make sure you have good structure by still using, like, the slice architecture. I still use actions, even though you technically don't need to. Like, you need to implement your own structure. But I find it so much easier than Rodux. And everything is just typed out of the box. You don't need to do some, like, with Reflex, I had to typecast like a bajillion different things and export my types and then union them together, yada yada yada. But with this, and also when you are rendering your root, like the app, if I go to, oh, not root UI, init, like, before we had to essentially, like, subscribe to a, reducer or producer depending on what you're using, but now we can just create the element and not have to worry about all of that junk. So I've enjoyed it, switching to Charm. I wasn't gaining anything from staying on Rodux, just making my life harder. Yeah, it needs to be wrapped with elements. Yeah, exactly. Damn. In Robo, I did end up getting my, I know you were helping me a lot with that last stream. The create element wrapper, essentially. I went a slightly different approach. So instead of wrapping create element, we wrap, like, the component. So I say track element, whatever, and then I pass the ID here. And then this track element, so we can still use create element whenever we need to, but then if we need something to be tracked, we just do it here instead of, like, superseding the actual create element call. Hey Derp, what's up, dude? And then this track element kind of does exactly what we were talking about, where it essentially we have some ID. Okay, chill. Guys, come on. Chill. Don't want to have to mute anyone. Oh. That's awesome, Popstack. Bro, what are you guys talking about? Boat cleaning simulator. I literally don't know what that is. But it's good to hear, Popstack. Yeah, I plan on doing adding some more documentation to that and actually, like, cleaning it up. Because I think it's a really handy tool that should be more widespread. Oh, okay. You have a module in replicate storage that handles all the information for UI stats. What do you mean by UI stats? The stats that React uses to replicate. Not sure I'm following Evo. What's your point on underscore G? Don't use it. See? Okay, cool. So we have the tap to start whatever. Now using my tracked instance thing that I created. Feel like you need to drink water, bro. So now that we're just tracked the stats of everything. Oh, like the properties. Yes, React is reading the properties that I set and then passing them along to the instant. If that's your question. Except the way React kind of renders everything is pretty advanced. Like it's a bit more complicated than that. Like it checks for differences, it knows when it needs to update. Yeah. Well, let's make a new step tutorial and name it step tutor. I think maybe you should watch the tutorial in Deceivo. Because, like, just to be blunt, React is like a pretty complicated system. And maybe dive a little deeper in it by just looking at like some documentation. True, Mist, you are. Invited source. In React, I believe it's called create root. That kind of what you're talking about? And root render. Oh. Oh, I see what you mean. No, it's just like the like use state and stuff like that. Like if I go to like the state, I'm assuming that's kind of what you're talking about. Hey Flies, thanks for popping in. Yeah, with React, it's nice because you can just use this as a plain Boolean and expect things to like reactively update, where like with Fusion, and I believe with Vide as well, you essentially need to like use like the properties computed. I don't know what the exact syntax looks like for Vide. Where this, you can just pass like a Boolean to the, you know, visible property or whatever. You don't need to do like a functional, like, let me go to like some UI code. Battle bar, sure. Okay, got an example, I guess. I don't even know what I'm trying to do. But why Visual Studio? I have a little video on it if you want to learn some more on that. Okay, anyways, I can use my registry system. Timushi. Like this, and this will get me the instance regardless of if it's mounted or not, and all that. I would say only use React if like you're really trying to up your game. I would not recommend React to a beginner at all, or even someone that's like just messing around. Yeah, I found Fusion much easier to pick up because it is, you know, for Roblox specifically. This React code is, you know, it's not Roblox agnostic, is that the word? Like, it doesn't rely on Roblox at all. But Fusion is like built with instances built with Roblox in mind. And that can be kind of a weird disconnect. Oh. Pretty much copy this. So we're gonna position this on the tutorial pointer. Scale. All the way down, and it will be no rotation. Cool. So now when we go to this, tap to start. Did I restart stream? I don't think so. Did something happen? Did it break? Okay. Now build on battle touch start. App to start. That actually the curve. Yeah, I do, Splinter. That's weird. What? Bruh. How about like a beach shovel, like that kids use to like build sandcastles or like pick up sand? Or what about what are those called? A lifeguard, like the red, like what's it called? The squishy red thing that lifeguards have. Wait, I'm like actually very confused. This isn't working. Oh, I saw it, Robo. We're mainly just working on the tutorial right now. I can show you. So you choose a bot to start out with. This weapon, or this, and it's kind of like teaching you how to play. Then you go into battle, and this is kind of where we're at right now. And then a lot of it is kind of similar. Oh, we also have these little pets. I don't know if you've seen that or not. Not really pets, but like your bot follows you around. I don't know when's the last time you watched, but and eventually you'll be able to like click on other people's bots and inspect them and that kind of stuff. Genuinely not sure why. This isn't. What? I literally thought everything was good in the system, and now it's not. Why? If I mean, let me just try something. If I were to like say hide this, does the hide thing work? Or am I just not getting the reference? Yeah, so it does. Yeah, well now I'm even more confused. We saw it works, I promise. Everything, it's not using styles, it's not using tweens, it's using springs. Using a spring library called Ripple. Oh, true. It actually might be just let me just do something like I know it's. Like I want the condition. What? Oh. Why? Why? Just. Things look up. Like the conditional is working fine. So confusing. It was literally just like, look, everything works. And now look, it actually doesn't work. Always designing with mobile in mind, yeah, but it's probably not perfect. Like it's literally it. It's registered. So how is it nil? This is. Oops, I don't know why I pressed stop. No, that's fine. Unregistering the things that don't exist anymore. Registering element with ID, tap to start. L. Huh? Actually so confused because it works. I don't know why it's not working in this scenario though. Ref is nil. What? Is it because I need not passing this down? That shouldn't matter, right? Wait. It might be back out. I feel like we're like not passing the ref correctly or something. Have the forward ref. Like I feel like there's something weird. Let me just try real quick. I were to do just instead of auto scaled frame, I just say frame. does this now work? That way we can kind of... Dude, I feel like it's something so dumb. Like, it has to be. Yeah, I guess maybe it's being set in there? It... It shouldn't be an issue. Like, actually. Um... Print the create element, which one? Talking about in here? Or in... Just print this? Is that what we're talking about? Sec. It works fine for... Here's what we did. I don't know if you... As the idea. Ref is... I just go to like... Yeah, XUO. I mean, I was doing this just for a test. Wait, let me, I guess, because this is using the same type. Maybe like my test was somehow actually making it work. Like, let me just try it. Ref. Be really dumb if that works. I put 2 Fs. Hey Medusa. We are struggling on tutorial. A glass strip. I don't know why. Really? Because it clearly works for nav button. Am I doing something different? Like, this isn't like detrimental, like having this specific thing to work, but I just want it to work for future. It doesn't actually make... Ops. I guess I just don't understand why it works for the other one, but not this. Like, I go down to the button. What's actually the different? Like, there has to be something that's different. We're forwarding the ref twice here. I guess let me try printing the other one then too. Like, I don't know if this would ever do. Register. Yeah. Register. The hook itself doesn't register the ID. The ID is registered when it's tracked. So, oh, I think I see what you're saying. If this happens before that, we're subscribed to this ID in registry. We register the ID. Then fire. If we listen to order that we're subscribe to element, tap start. Let's don't get why this one would work. Is the battle button on? Uh. Like, register here. Clearly have it. I print. Subscribe to. Huh? Have the ref track L. Ding. Can try. It might yell at me. But I know. How about I do that? I will. And Oh, I didn't. Dying. Bruh, it's right there. Like, okay. So the ref is working. Like, it's there. It, like, the subscription should. Are we not? Yeah, something weird. Cause like it exists. The ref is there. It's just like the subscription thing. Yeah. Well, yeah, it does get created when you click battle. Like it doesn't exist before this. Well, that should be fine though, because I'm doing the same thing for the other ones. Like with the nav button, like watch this. This is a good example. If I go to the dunks, oh, always enter build. These bottom button, they get unrendered when I go to building. So I go building, I go to building, and like it's subscribing and parenting it, no problem. I go back, bottom bar here doesn't exist anymore. So it's able to, it's parented to it, no issues whatsoever. And using the, and it's the same damn thing. Like, that's what's mind-boggling to me. Is battle button, use registry, battle button, parent it, whatever. Like, it's almost word for word the same exact code. And like, this isn't, like right now it doesn't exist. When I click done, it's subscribing, it's notifying, it's even here. Oh. Parsing element, okay, no listener. Fine. Then we finally subscribe. Somehow no. It's just like the initial ever. We'll see if AI can figure it out. Why? I don't understand why. Dude, what? Why? All I did was make it do the callback right away. I think what's happening is that when I call this, it's like, and I'm not the best. I'm not the best at Ria. What I think is happening is when I'm calling this function, it's like a stale reference. So even though it's like after the fact, like technically, like, No, because this should be registered already. But it's just like, this initial thing is just always nil. So, but then when I'm running this use effect, and actually just, whenever I subscribe to something, do the callback, I don't know. But the point is there now. I don't know. That, it really doesn't make sense. Like, at all. No, it works now. It works now. All I did was make it call back immediately when you subscribe. But it's like this use registry, this function call here, is just always returning nil, regardless of if, like, I think it's like a stale reference, but I don't really know how that works. Like, I don't know. But it works, I guess. I just need to send the call back immediately. Whatever. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. We can remove my prints now, I guess. Yeah, I really don't understand why that is the way it is, but oh well. I'm gonna take it and run with it. Yeah, exactly, Robo. Like, yeah, it's outdated somehow, even though, like, I would think because this, like, oh, this call should be up to date regardless. I don't know. Unless it's like caching this result? Maybe. I know that, like, the way that hooks are done in React, like, is a bit like, doesn't it, like, run through all the code and then go back and do hooks? Something, I don't know. I really don't know. I'm just gonna accept that it works now and move on with my life. I've wasted too much time trying to understand, trying to parent things that aren't directly related in React. And I'm just gonna accept that it works now and hope it always works. That's, oh, it's so weird though. Like, especially the fact that it works fine for the other one, that really throws me off too. Whatever. Okay, we can get back to actually continuing. I'm gonna grab something to drink though, so be right back. Hey, is caching it if memory stays? Yeah. I mean, I guess, like, the ID never changes. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'll be right back though. Alright, I'm back. I am all out of Coke Zero. Had to go with the Arnold Palmer. Okay, that was awful. That sucked. But we have it working now. And now we need to just essentially wait for the for us to win the battle. The condition will just be battle slice, set state. Oh, actually just not this. And we don't need to do anything. We don't need to render anything. That like that. No way, Co. Everything is in one spot. Like, maybe the used registry system is all over the place, but I don't know. Tutorials are tough. Tutorials are quite tough. Okay. I want to hide. I don't know if 40k would be enough. Yeah, maybe Alexi. Maybe try out Fusion or Vide Decivo. I think both are a lot easier. I know a lot of people like Vide. Vide. Yeah, ID. Like that. Yeah. I personally have never used it, but I know a lot of people like it. Okay, I want to hide the bottom battle bar. Theoretically. Theoretically, we can just say track element and hope everything works. Surely. Do that. Oh, we need to do it for both those states, but it did work. Okay. That's what it should have been. That's exactly how it should have gone for the last step. But rip 1 hour of my life to one line of code. I feel like that's how it always goes though. Like the hardest bugs are always end up being like the tiniest little details that end up just going crazy. Cool. So now that works. Oh no, Ko. I really want to do a 24-hour stream, like a game jam stream. That'd be so much fun. I love doing that kind of stuff. I think my longest stream was 10 hours though. Okay. So let's define the bot to 24-hour today. Maybe some weekend I'll do it. I really wanted to do like a game jam 24 hours. See what we can create in 24 hours and then make like a video about it afterwards. I feel like that'd be a lot of fun. It's a secret lab. They're pretty expensive, but they're good chairs. Hey Arn, we are working on the tutorial. We had a hitch, but I think we got things back in motion. Okay, so now we need to define the bot that we go against in the tutorial. And make sure we always win. So in tutorial info, let's create a bot. Modules, tutorial info. Let's up. I try and get like really nice stuff for my setup because, well, first off, I'm here all the time, but secondly, everything that I buy for like my setup is like a tax write-off. How much was my PC? I think it was like 2,300. It's pretty. It's like 3 or 4 years old at this point, though. I definitely think so, Snowy. Okay, what should the bot that we're up against be? Not usually, Alexi. Their offers are typically pretty bad. Would you say it's good even when scripting a team project? Well, yeah, definitely. Like when Git shines. Yeah, I mean, it really depends on the situation. Like, I think they typically try and buy them when they're at their peak or right before their peak. But you love my games, thank you. I know so many companies tried to buy Tower Defense RNG. Many of the offers were terrible. There was one that was like decent, but then it was just like I was like, oh, I'll consider it, and then they like dropped it like an absurd amount the next day, and I was like, okay, well, never mind. Not even gonna think about it now. I mean, there's a bunch of different reasons, though. It's like, um, you know, you need the immediate cash, or you're uncertain on the future of it, like of a specific game. And it's kind of like the risk versus reward. Like, the studio that buys it takes on the risk. And, I mean, typically they know how to alleviate that risk and then end up making more money. How much was it? The offer that I had that declined was about 280,000. Yeah, dollars. Yeah, Muffin. It's made a lot more than that. Yeah, it's made more than that. I mean, like, I did the math and kind of figured things out, like, based on this many of projected plays with this much coming in per player, like, what would be, like, a good number. And I basically wasn't willing to really consider much that was under 400K, to give you guys an idea. Thank you. Right around like what I said, quantum, like 400K. A lot of it, X. So there's different ways that they go about it. It could just be like 100% of the game, one and done. Or it could be like they want to buy 60% of the game and take over development. So you would still get 40% of like the income. And then they like buy 60% of it from you. Like that kind of thing. And it can vary a lot. There's some like yeah, if they take more than 50%, they take over development. Yeah. What is the worst offer you got? I remember like before the game even came out, I got an offer that was pretty bad, but like kind of the game literally hadn't even came out yet. All they saw were like Twitter videos, and they offered 50K, 50. I was like I want 10 times that, and that was the end of that message. USD dollars. I just thought that was interesting that they offered before the game had even released. That was definitely like weird, but whatever. I mean, it expected for it to be a low offer. I made a whole video on it, coding chemics. Did Dupik ever try to buy your game? Like 10 times, yeah. So many times. They're the most persistent. They'll have 10 different people messaging you, all with different numbers and different reasons, and it's yeah. You think anyone will try and buy this game? Absolutely. Yes. I've already had multiple job offers just from the stuff I've been posting of this game. I even had an interview with with Roblox the other day. Not really an interview, more just like a talk. Yeah, I'll be at RDC. I've been a full-time developer for 4 years on Roblox, but I've been on the platform forever. Like the flight's too much, Robo? And the hotels, oh my god. I know, it's like the 3 nights that I booked, it's over $1,000 just for the hotel. Like it is a business expense, but obviously it's not like 1-to-1 that back. Dang. Yeah, that's brutal. Hey, Hako. Doing alright. Making some progress slowly. Okay, we need to track the tutorial. So when you go and get a battle, we need to see if it's like a tutorial battle or not. Maybe we should tie it almost to the stats. Which don't exist yet, but we can create I hate that stats is a keyword. I have no idea, Ko. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I know on Twitch I don't. I know that these aren't monetized. Like I get the email after every single stream. Oh, really? So Okay, we also need to track the tutorial. We could do that through analytics. I'll probably just do the default Roblox analytics, even though I'm not the biggest fan of it. I've used game analytics in the past, and I really like that. But just having everything on the Roblox platform is pretty convenient. But we definitely need a funnel for the tutorial steps. Exactly, yeah. It allows me to use the type outside of this module. Let's think here. We need a way. Just trying to think like the best course of action, because we need to track tutorial regardless. So maybe it would make sense to track the tutorial. Charm is pretty easy to pick up. I would recommend using Charm. I mean, I just started using it over Rodux that I was using before, but Charm is nice for managing state. It's really like it does what you need it to do. You can use it not even for UI. You could use it for other things too, essentially. I made a video on it, Snowy. It's on my YouTube channel. Okay, so right now I'm going to make the analytics tracker for tutorials. So for those that have never used analytics in game development before and tracking what your players do, this is like an absurdly important concept. And Roblox, thankfully, makes it really easy now. Now, or it wasn't. So inside of my tutorial service, what I'm going to do is I'm going to listen to the tutorial step. When the tutorial step changes, we will essentially listen for it, subscribe to that atom of React, that value, and send the step that we completed to the server. So this will be client is essentially authoritative over which step they're on, which whatever you can exploit what step of the tutorial you're on. Who cares? Doesn't matter. Yeah, you can exploit and say that you completed the tutorial. Oh well. Good for you. Right. So when the client tells the server, hey, I completed this step, the server will then track that step's completion in a funnel. And if you've never done analytics tracking, like funnels and stuff like that, you can do some pretty cool stuff. And you can basically figure out where people are struggling in your games, where people are where people are leaving your game. Trying to find a good spreadsheet. I just have untitled spreadsheets everywhere. Numbers. Here we go. Here's a good example. Okay. This is for my Tower Defense RNG game. So inside of this, we track every level that players get to, and then we track the fall off at each level. So I can simply look at this graph and say, hey, level 6, wave 4 is too difficult. I'm seeing a 7% drop off on this level alone. Let's modify it. And you can take it, I would say the most important thing is actually during the tutorial. If something isn't easy to understand during the tutorial, you can see that and see a massive drop off, right? And so I was able to take these numbers and eventually I kind of go in depth and kind of look at, this is a graph of retries, so which stage is being retried the most. Turns out stage 6-1 was by far the most difficult. You can see a huge spike here. Again, 7-1, way too difficult. And there's some other reasons for this too, because if you fail a level 6 stage, you'd go back to 6-1, so it is natural that it'd have the highest. But you can kind of take that into account and run some numbers and kind of visualize what's actually happening and have hard analytical evidence to back your reasoning for making some change. You're not just guessing. Okay, so then if I go into my Roblox now offers this really great thing in funnel. I go here. Basically, we have a funnel for the tutorial. So join the game, press roll, press accept. This is for a different game. But at each step of the way, we can see the drop off. So it looks like, I have no idea what this is because I didn't label it. But it looks like this is like the worst step. I'm seeing a 10% drop right here. Okay. So, knowing this, that my step number 10 is the worst one, I have a 10% drop off right here. You're able to then, like I said, figure out what you need to do based off of that. Okay. Great. And you can track other things as well. This funnel is specifically for the tutorial, but what I was showing earlier in the spreadsheet, I exited out of it. If I go to custom events, you can kind of put in that's interesting. What do they got in here? I wonder what analytics they're tracking. If I go over here, we can say filter by custom field. So this is like the wave, which really not. I set this up in actually a really bad way. But basically, you can track things. So we need to do that. You need to track things. What was the number spreadsheet? The number spreadsheet was essentially me visualizing the what's it called? Data. Yeah. The hatch isn't live yet, LXD. Right? Right? Okay. Yeah, I'm like, did I forget to go enable that? Because I have to like enable the badge, otherwise well, Robo, we're gonna do analytics service right now, so hopefully you think you're gonna make a wrapper for analytics service? Yes, I will. No, literally quantum. I was like damn, am I like in trouble? I didn't enable the badge yet. I was like checking. I was literally checking Discord. I'm in U.S. Central. Okay, so I need to look at the analytics service documentation because I haven't done this in a while. This is what we're doing right now, the funnel. Right, I remember we have to do something weird. Oh. Great. Yes, the analytics need to be server-sided. Have I added any monetization? No. That'll be like the last. So what I want to do is when the tutorial changes, when your step changes, we're going to listen to step change here. So I'm going to say charm subscribe to tutorial slice date step. Kevin init.luau. That's a VS Code Rojo thing. If like init.luau here means that the folder that this init script is actually the parent of everything. If I go in here, go to the UI, there is no init.luau, or there is no init script. This is the script. What's the point of that? Aren't folders chill? Mainly for organization, or like in my physics engine. You can see I have the physics engine class, and then these are things that are a part of the class. Is there any reason why you don't have an icon fact? I just don't care enough to get one, to be completely honest. I code all of the UI. It's Target. Okay. Some icons are using AI to be clear, but all of the frames, like I made in Figma, like everything you see here, Figma, but then like these are made with like a long prompt and references, and then I touch them up in Photoshop. I get that question a lot. Does the server control which step we're on? No. This will be controlled by the client, and technically it can be exploited, but like who cares if you exploit the tutorial? Like, good on you. Congratulations. Like, good job. No, it's not called BattleBots. It's called CrashBots. BattleBots, copyright. It makes sense when you don't actually need stealth. Like, I'm not actually gonna... Except now I'm gonna need self in a second. Except I don't need it right here. Exactly, Earth. That means client can call these that I define here. Yeah, tremendous ifs. I know. It is bad on Linux. What do you mean multiple UI? Like multiple frames, multiple frames? Hey, yo, Dirt Monster. Thanks for the raid, brother. What's going on, guys? We are working on the tutorial analytics right now, using the analytics service that Roblox provides. What's the tutorial for? It's like just the tutorial for when your first time playing the game. Onboarding final steps now updated hourly? For real? Wait, that's actually huge. That was like my #1 gripe with it, is that you had to wait like 2 freaking days or something crazy just to see that. Wow, that's huge. Okay, I'm gonna change how I have this set up a little bit. I'm just gonna make a table here called tutorial, and we're gonna say step equals yeah, loaded floor. I got the perfect one. So what if, hear me out on this, you had this garden, okay? And in the garden you had like these seeds, and what if like you could like plant them and you could like grow them in the garden, and then you could sell the things that you grew. And what if it grew offline? That would be sick. Yeah, it's like basically battle bots, exactly. Yeah, the plants could have mutations. That'd be crazy. Feel a battle bot. I made a video on it, Z Plays, on YouTube. No, I haven't started doing anything with the analytics service yet, Robo. I'm just kind of setting up how I want the data to be structured for players, like on the server. Lust RNG. Right there was like the perfect use case of Copilot. Didn't have to write a single line. I just pressed tab 3 times. Way of making blocks cloned immediately while streaming an on. I'm not a big fan of streaming, but I mean it depends on your game. A lot of games don't need streaming enabled. But obviously if you have like a big map, streaming enabled is kind of a must. I know, actually, Park, I know there is models, like if you go to, let me just see, like model properties, isn't there some stuff? Oh, do I have stream off? Model streaming mode right here. You can change it to persistent, I believe. Maybe take a look at this. Maybe read the documentation on that. I'm not honestly sure off the top of my head. I typically don't use streaming enabled in any of my, or I don't use streaming enabled in any of my games because none of my maps are big enough to warrant using it. It's been out for a while, the streaming modes. Yeah, they are it was a very good change. Before that, streaming enabled was actually unusable before the streaming modes. Tried out using edible images yet? Yeah, I use them actually all the time. I go to my client battler, turn on debug mode. My whole debug menu that I use thing edible images. I click battle. You have this debug menu here, and I can go frame by frame, and this is an edible image down here. Pretty cool, right? And I can pause and press play and pause, press play. Yes, I use edible images. I don't know, to be honest, Wallop, but I just use it for like debug purposes, so it doesn't matter in my use case if they're out of beta or not. Is that visualizer a screen GUI with stuff in it in Studio? What do you mean? Like the debug menu? A PNG link? Like a real like HTTP? Like use HTTP service and request like what does it even send? Because that doesn't have to send a JSON? Like the pixels in JSON? That's pretty cool if that's what you mean. Acoustic simulation? Not sure I know what that is. That's funny, Walt. Okay, so now we have and then oh, Alexi. I have heard of that. That's yeah, I know that's like I'm not big into like the whole audio stuff. I've never really been in it, but I know that's something that people have wanted for a really long time. And it's definitely like for like horror games or even like FPS games, it's so important. Or even like driving games. Yeah, some dude. It means modified. You can see it right here. It means it's modified in this current iteration. And then if I commit something, it will then be obviously not modified. The bot physics visualizer that shows you what the bots are doing. Did you make that? And if so, if you did, how? Yeah, I made that. That's all. Check out my in the devlog series. It's the first episode was all spent on that. Oh, the voice chat uses this new one. That yeah, that's actually another good use case. That's cool. New Texas. No, I haven't seen it. I've actually never used Roblox voice chat, so I don't really know how that whole system works. I'm like scared if I say anything, I'm gonna get banned in all of my Robux. So I just decided to never use it. It's my stream schedule. There is no schedule. Okay. Oh. Or that and sure, well, good retention for a combat game. I mean, I've never personally made a good combat, or I've never personally made a combat game, so I don't know. But typical retention, you're looking, I mean, in my mind, an excellent retention is anything around 15%. Day one retention, clear. Anything day one was 9. Yeah. Like, that's not terrible. That's not good either. Bad Moose. When I was actively updating Tower Defense RNG, initially when the game first came out, it was sitting at like 17, 18%. Then, you know, hype dies down, whatever. And it was sitting around 13, 12% when I was actively updating it. And now I'm not actively updating it, so it's not great anymore. It's like, it's about 9 to 10. But yeah, when games first come out, they tend to have a higher D1 just because everyone is a new player. I've actually done, I wrote big messages over this topic. Are you planning to promote the game? Just use the Roblox ads. It was in the, like, there's like a server with the top Roblox devs that Roblox invited to. I sent basically the I don't even know if I can find it. It was I don't know. But basically, it was kind of the relation, and it was morally ranting about the qualified playthrough rate and how that works in relation to new players, or new games, I mean. Because the unique user qualified playthrough rate is based off of first impression new users, but if a game is new, then everything goes towards that new user qualified playthrough rate. So naturally, your qualified playthrough rate when you first release the game is just absurdly high, which then in return makes it so that you get more home recommendations. So then basically the longer your game is out, the worse your qualified playthrough rate will go for many different reasons. But my main gripe was that because the game is old, there's less new users being pushed it, which means your qualified playthrough rate will naturally go down. Which then in return means you get less players because qualified playthrough rate is taken into account when it comes to home recommendations. So in a sense, Roblox essentially is pushing you to release as many new games as possible rather than sit and update games for years on end. That was kind of my whole argument. Oh yeah, I'm sure their qualified playthrough rate is horrible because they get recommended to every single person on the platform. I'm sure Grow Garden's stats are actually terrible, but it's because they get so many players. Like with that amount of players, your stats are going to be horrible. Yeah, exactly, Alexi. Now, if you're serious about game development, like understanding stats and being able to respond accordingly is probably the most important skill. You think Roblox works with them, so their bad stats affect them less? Yes. Roblox definitely has some systems in place that will recommend games based on their choosing. I don't think it's very many games, but for instance, Natural Disaster Survivor, I think Roblox has some stats that artificially prop it up or make it so that their stats don't matter as much, because that game has been on the front page for God knows how long. But I'm sure there's some statistic that Roblox has that says this game is good for first-time Roblox players to ever play, and therefore is good for the Roblox platform as a whole. But I bet that game specifically has horrible stats, and based on the stats, I shouldn't have that many players. So I think there is some, in rare scenarios, tweaks going on. What's the game, Mad Moose? Let me play it. Let me check it out. Force Battlegrounds. This? So I can tell right away, based off of the like ratio, that there is some issue going on. Not necessarily with gameplay, but probably... Oh, no, it has 50 CCU. Okay. Never mind then. Do you see it? I don't see it. No, YouTube doesn't allow links. I don't think. Yeah, send the place ID. If it's a new game, it won't show up in searches. That's... No, like when you click on a game, the number is up at the top. Then like those numbers. Cause yeah, if it's a new game, it doesn't show up in search. Yeah, if you're just sending numbers, they're not sending. Okay, you're a moderator. Now send the link. How long have you been advertising it? Just 22K plays is... How long have you been advertising it? Looks clean. Looks really clean. Very good visuals. Oh, dang. God dang. I mean, to be completely honest, it's fine. Like, it's good. I guess, is there... Like, what does progression look like in a game like this? Like, unlocking new sabers and new, what's it called? Abilities? I mean, yeah, dude, it's not bad. Really not. Are there any, like... Tutorial slash onboarding. Yeah, I mean, I was able to understand it fine. Dang, dude, people keep on keep on killing me. I'm just bad. I mean, maybe like super nitpicky, but like auto equip the saber. Is there any reason for me to not auto equip the saber? Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess honestly, it seems fine. I would say I just don't really have much to offer when it comes to this genre. How many home recommendations are you getting? And when did you start getting home recommendations? Well, I mean, if your game doesn't show up in search, it isn't even on Alg yet. Because this should do quite well, just based off of what I've seen so far. Is there like gacha mechanics for like rolling new sabers? Only 250? Yeah, that should explode. Just buying. I would say adding gacha would probably be very good. There is to the sabers. Don't make it so you can buy the sabers directly. Same with, I guess I'm not sure what this is. Buy hilts and colors for your saber. For these, you don't know what they are. O2, P6, 5. Like, I think it would be a lot cooler to get to see like, oh my god, I rolled a 1% saber. You know what I mean? Like, that's just like a monetization trick. Not necessarily anything to do with gameplay. But I can guarantee you'd probably make like at least double, triple, quadruple if things were gotcha'd. What is your ARPDAU, average revenue per daily active user? Oh, you even have like groups in it. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, it's really not bad, like at all. What is the ARPDAU though? I'm curious. You said it's good. .92. Yeah, that's not bad. You definitely could have more with the gacha system, though, I will say. But that's not bad. I remember Tower Defense RNGs at its peak was like, I know it averaged like 12 for the longest time. At its peak, we had like 20 ARP DAO. But like 4 is not bad at all. Dude, honestly, like, I think you'll get some more, what's it called? Home wrecks soon. Like, I guess I don't know what your budget is, but it sounds like the game is, like, it doesn't even show up in search yet. You know what I mean? Like, how long has the game been out? That's kind of a, actually, I should have asked that a while ago. 5 days? Okay. That's actually, I think, right when I started getting home wrecks, was 5 days. Typically, it can take, like, 1 to 2 weeks. But it also really depends on how many, new players you get in. Because it needs that, like, initial push of players to base its data off of. So, like, I think you should get more home wrecks soon, and honestly, like, I wouldn't worry about it too much right now. If it's still, like, Garbo home wrecks after 2 weeks, then I would be worried. But yeah, definitely keep up the advertisements for, in my opinion, 2 weeks. If there isn't any changes in that time, then I would be concerned. But I would expect you to get a lot more home wrecks within the next couple days. My game is 6 when you search its name. Is that good? The search results aren't deterministic. They're based off of your interests as well. Yeah. 2 weeks, like, it typically will take 1 to 2 weeks to get any home wrecks. And I know for Tower Defense RNG, I got 0 home wrecks for essentially the first, I think it was exactly 5 days. And then after that, it gave me a little bit, and then it kind of grows based off of those home wrecks, essentially. It'll track those players, and if those players do good, it'll give you more, and if those players do good, it'll do more, and it'll kind of, like, compound on top of each other. So I wouldn't sweat it. Yeah, and typically search results are very a very low percentage of players, like, plays. Saber Warriors. I mean, did he just spend more on ads initially, so he got more data for the algorithm to base it off of? Yeah, like he has 85K. I bet he just spent more on ads. So he was able to hit algorithm quicker because it actually had the data to base off of. He's got good icons though, I will say. Like I like these a lot. I don't know when someone asked me if I'm Swedish, but if you're still here, no, I'm American. I just saw that chat in Twitch that I missed. Okay, so analytics. I mean, this seems get analytics service. A funnel step event. Is it progression? Someone actually was saying that earlier. That progressions are better. Oh, onboarding. Onboarding funnels, right? Player. And this one doesn't actually work. But I should use the onboarding. I remember when I did this last time, the onboarding wasn't a player, the step number. Oh, so we need to translate rings to. Where we should. So it is really important that we do have the initial like step. That up. Then inside of we just need to follow the chain basically. Honestly, I don't know anymore, Wallop. It's been a long time since I've like gone from nothing, and things have changed a lot since then. I have the fortune of having a big server and like a community. I also have like a lot of capital with advertising. I don't put anything into ads anymore. Typically, like once a game is on algorithm, it's completely pointless to put anything. typically you spend money in ads for the first like 2 weeks, and then after that, let it ride. For 5 more hours. I think I need some food in me for that can happen. Can you really drop a game without ads at all? No. Well, technically without ads, you would need some other outside for it. Like TikTok or something. You need to get an initial player base, otherwise you would never get on the algorithm. There needs to be a data for the algorithm to essentially care to, and without that, you wouldn't get anything. There needs to be some form of player base. Do you think social media or Roblox ads is more important? Honestly, it doesn't matter. Either one. Social media, you'll get a specific player base and theoretically target ads as well. I don't think it necessarily is one or the other. Yeah, I can show the game in just a second. Yeah, exactly. I agree, great guy. They're consistent, and you know exactly what they're gonna. You don't necessarily know how well a video would perform, or how that content creator would portray your game. Or just ask him to send it to you without the text. Oh, I mean, if it's just something that's like color over it, any like photo editing. I actually think that's all we need for analytics for tutorial. Oh, I guess we need to test stuff. There's a cool Discord server that's QA Central that you can essentially schedule tests and you can get testers to play your game. It's free and you can get feedback on it. Area Pet 2-player obby. Oh. They will send back. So, okay, went really in depth. Cheat. I've used it before. Don't have like a player base, but just some testers. No, it's free. An invite. It's just a QA Central. But I can send an invite, yeah. And I know the guy that runs the server, and he's a cool dude. Okay. So I think that works. Now if I click play. Okay, so a small issue. There's some work to do, Summit. I've been more focused on other things right now. I actually shared a sneak peek of it at the very beginning of this. What I have so far, which isn't much. So if now whenever the step changes, you're logging the onboarding funnel step. The code is so messy. I actually have no idea Quantum. I think he's trolling, guys. That is true. Good point. Best price. Purchase people. And the whole region-based price. Well, Let's hear it, TNT Games. How is my code messy? I want to hear it. For a moment. Yes. You populate this with your initial data value. Right, yeah. Let's populate this with your data service. I guess what we could do is inside of tutorial service client init and just populate it. Local. I don't like. Oh, whoops. You can say I wouldn't want to grab data service and put it inside of the slice and set the values here. I want to do that inside of some form of initialization. Just because that would be weird to have. Yeah, whatever. Did it. Local. Thing is, players wouldn't even realize that it's reduced unless you make it like extremely obvious. And with the way Roblox is going right now, with the whole change to premium payouts, there's kind of no point to even do that because you're not awarded for premium users anymore, so you're not even beneficial to try and get them to buy premium by reducing your costs. So like maybe with the current system with premium payouts, I could maybe see a reason why that could be a good idea, but with the way they're changing it, it's kind of pointless. They're getting rid of premium payouts and replacing it with a new system, and I'm pretty skeptical on it. I'm kind of nervous to see how the changes will land. But who knows? Maybe we'll get more, but I kind of doubt it. What's the new system? It's based off of you getting players in your game that have spent money. Regardless of if they spend money in your game or not, it's getting people in your game that just spend money pure. Yeah, it's 100% to combat that wallop. And I'm actually probably a part of the problem because I have like an AFK mode that, you know, auto reconnects and all that to essentially boost my premium payouts. But, you know, it's a system, it has to be gamed. I don't know. Auto reconnecting? Yeah, that's as far as I'm aware. I mean, every Every game out there, or many games out there, have auto reconnecting. I'll check it out probably after stream. So now I just want to basically go dot not true place dot date basically just populate it with the initial state of this. I think I get by with, and then we can just Adonis. Okay, so now theoretically, if someone leaves during the tutorial, they should come back in the exact same state that they were. Oh. So I'll make sure I'll turn off my reset data. No longer going to be reset data. If I click play, hopefully turn it. Okay. What? What's happening? Okay. It's actually pretty interesting. No, I haven't tried out cursor yet. Oh. Oh, that's kind of. Okay. Yeah, I just use Copilot right now, and it's like And it's like incrementing my step each time I join. I think that's the issue. Yeah, it's incrementing my step each time I join. Interesting. Okay. Um, this doesn't actually do it. That tell the server that it's changed. So where are we incrementing steps? Yeah, it's a nice touch, Summit. That step. Where are we calling? I think it's because the state is like the conditional isn't necessarily set up. Like we almost need to like have some state off of what these are. Like we could have some like init state. If we joined right here, it would initialize some. I don't think this would actually. But this is probably how I'll. Well, I guess we do have an on enter, don't we? Maybe we just utilize the on enter function. I'm happy on Roblox right now. I guess this one is kind of weird though. I would expect this to would have no like this shouldn't have any issue. I guess like I would expect this to like On enter, I could say I would say place. Are these always in the right? I don't know. Oops, that's. Oh. Oh. I see. What actually needs to happen is in tutorial slice, we don't want this to be. Well, actually, what we can do is we can just default this to true. I think I spend the most time on UI. When it comes like UI coding. I think that's like the vast majority of my time spent. I find it's a lot easier to code the like actual game systems, but then it's like essentially relaying that information to that is the time consuming part. Okay, now I think it'll work. That makes sense, actually. Let's leave right here and see what happens. Leave the game. Set data to false. Find the game. What do we get? Nice. Okay. Leave the game. You join the game. Amazing. Okay, now this is the tricky one. Because we're in the building state. Leave the game. You join the game. Yo, okay. Game. Oh. Got the step. I know. Oh. I guess this conditional isn't updated. Oh, actually, wait, no. We can just do this. We need this to be in order. But look, we're doing the conditional before we're doing this. We just need to change the order. Make sure we do on enter before we... Okay. I think that'll work. At least I hope that they're ordered like this. Yeah. Let's do that data to get to that same step. On this step, we leave rejoin. Damn. I mean, if someone leaves on that step, do we like skip that step? Here. Effect is this word. Oh, I think I knew that actually. I think what we can do is kind of define I mean, we could call the on enter here. Like in the tutorial client init. You could just say if not tutorial info dot completed, then we'll step tutorial steps, and then we could say if step dot on enter, and step after components render has completed, allowing us to commit. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I don't understand the whole or a lot of the ordering. Uh-oh, well, that's an Like, we could just listen to, like, inside of tutorial. Listen to there. Man, does that suck? Okay. Because, like, I really should have access to tutorial steps inside of the tutorial service. Like, that's not a crazy thing to think. Really, the fact that tutorial steps get playtime rewards, we will. Huh. Yeah. Listen to. But no, we want that. Just don't want this. I mean, it's almost like our tutorial steps should be it's almost like our tutorial steps should. I don't know. Like, there is some logic in here that is a little bizarre. Like, actually, you know what? I actually am a big fan of splitting the logic. Because right now, as it stands, the server is actually requiring this tutorial steps script. And it has, which means it's requiring a ton of UI logic, which is actually just horrible and shouldn't be a thing. So, too late to learn to code? What? That's the craziest statement I've ever heard. No, absolutely not. It's not too late. So I should rename tutorial steps to, this is like UI steps, and then we can remove the next step and the on enter, on leave. Because yeah, right now it actually is kind of a mess that it's like both in one. Okay, I like that. And then we don't have any cyclical dependency. Tutorial step. So here's where I actually want tutorial steps. Oh. And then down here, we're gonna rename this to be by instruction. Tutorial instruction. Yeah, Snowy. I'm getting kind of hungry. This means it's a function. This is the type function that returns a boolean. So like in test, we could say this takes in a and return in. So this type here is this. This is how you type. In this case, that means it returns a boolean. These are the parameters that we are passing in. So it would expect a number and a string. And then we're returning a boolean. So if I said like local val is test val would know it's a boolean. Because that's what it's typed to return. Yes, yeah. And then if I try and return 3, it'll say, hey, number isn't. It'll yell at you and basically say, expect. Correct. Oh, good, Wallop. There's not that big of an audience on what's it called, on Twitch. Also, Twitch kind of sucks. Low key. Bad autoplayer compared to YouTube. Oh. Get longer of a timeout. Congratulations. What's up, Colt? What is the purpose of using atomic and like the charm, like atomic state manager, or are you talking about like comic models for streaming enabled, or yeah, they have up to 5 save slots for bots. It currently doesn't work, but thanks, Snowy. Then in here we define the next step rather than in this and any other, like, this is where we could have on enter. Now we can define a step as next step string on enter. W stream, thank you. And this probably looks crazy if you're not familiar to typing in Luau. You could even take it like a step further and like have like a callback here. The callback is some other function. This is totally valid. It just looks like what? Imagine showing that to someone a couple of years ago before Luau. What is the on enter type? So this would be if I had a function like function on, and it would be, we could define a callback function. And this doesn't return anything. And then you would say on enter, you pass the function as a, and then maybe on enter would do something. But this means it returns nothing. I technically don't need this here, but it's better to be explicit and then say return, and I lied, and it just lets you do that for no reason. I would expect this to throw an error, because we're explicitly saying it returns nothing, and then we return something. But what does the arrow mean? That basically just means it's a function. These are what we pass in. Function. This is what we pass out. It is kind of like a weird syntax, but it's kind of clever. And then wrapping everything in a question mark like this means that we don't necessarily need the on enter. Like if I then type this to be string step, I don't need the on enter, but if I got rid of that, it will say, hey, you're missing the field on enter. Depends on the game quantum. And it depends on like how mature the game is. If it's a new game, like there's no point in adding multiple save slots. Like almost always. Typically, it's worth adding save slots when people start asking for slots. Not really any point before then. Is it with the self keyword, Wallop? Like in a, like defining class functions in the self keyword? Or is it something else? This might look a little cumbersome, me writing out all of these in a whole different script, but I actually think it makes a lot of sense. Eventually splitting up the UI instructions, UI rendering, and the actual, like, step. Here's with self. I'm willing to bet it's because you're using the colon operator instead of explicitly typing self in the parameter. With properties, same thing goes with like the self dot property name. We'll need to explicitly define self if that's what you're talking about. I'm not entirely sure. Kinda realize. Tell me the difference between find first child, which is and find first child of class. The class one has like inheritance, right? And then which is that exact class. Find first child of class, you base part. You could get a mesh, get a part, whatever, and then find first child, which is a base class or base part. Would nothing always, because nothing is just a base part. Everything inherits base part. Is that correct? I actually don't know. That was just my guess. I'm sure you... Well, yeah, actually, that's a good point, because Izza still... It is a... I don't know, then. Is there a difference, or... Okay. Find first child of class. Returns the first child of the instance whose class name is equal to the given class name. Unlike instance find first child, which is a function only returns objects whose class matches class name, ignoring class inheritance. Okay, this is what I said. Oh, I think I just said it in reverse, right? Yeah, so it's just reverse. Which is does respect inheritance, but find first child of class does not. So if you did find first child, which if you do find first child of class base part, you would never get anything because nothing is just a base part. Yeah, sure. Well, let's go to my battle bot class. Here's how I define BattleBot. Okay, wait, let's go to a smaller class. Object. No, this isn't even class. That was another horrible example. Polygon. No. Circle. There we go. I have some like weird inheritance here. Battle part. This is a nice one. Define the type here. Type of the class. Define self like this. Inside or construct self like this. Ignore this part, but besides that. And then access self like so by passing it into the first parameter and not using. Exactly, Alexi. Okay. This is very abrupt, but I'm gonna end stream. Food in me. And so, GG's. Thanks for watching, and yeah, goodbye.